Hey everyone, just updating some stuff in. I now have 235 plus wish list. Hell yeah. It's the little things in life, I assure you. Doing all my usual setup stuff here. Download new version, I'm not doing that. Stuff works, I ain't download new version, stuff that works. Too much work. It's multitasking, so just download new one. No, this works, I'm good. We good. Tell the Discord that I am in fact live. On do be blocking stuff here. I still gotta start streaming at Rumble as well. I should probably be consistent. Maybe I should just make content and then stream like a couple times a week or something. Fill up some subs on YouTube at the very least. I mean, Twitch doesn't make a difference, but already monetized there. No real gain for doing extra stuff or not on it. It's kind of a whatever makes me happy. For sure. I haven't even updated the kick one in forever. I want to fix that. Not that it makes a difference, but maybe eventually kick will prove good. I don't know. Here. Get this. I changed one of kicks it, so I had 205 wish lists, but I have 235 now. Champion now. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. Champion. That's like not even remotely enough wish lists, but by the time I make this, maybe I'll have a couple thousand or something, just kind of derping about. It'd be a good start, and once people start playtesting, I'm sure it'll go up more than that, but it would be nice to have some wish lists available for people when I first, start doing playtests. For sure. I wonder if anyone will ever go back through all these videos and watch them all. You are. Kudos to you, person who did that. Kudos to you. That's a lot. Holy crap. That's a lot. Okay, so what I wanted to do... first remember what this stuff's even called. So I've forgotten. Level block traversal. Epic already did the code that I need. And I could try to figure it out, and I'm sure I could, but why? Just steal it from their thing. I don't care. Oh, okay. They just have a text render on each, and then they're like get actor scale 3D. Makes sense, and there's formatting the text. Sure, sure. I want to update my room info to be a little more full of information, I guess. You know, actually, maybe there's a better thing here, because I don't care about anything but the room info. So these, I don't think even need to be visible. Like, what if I just remove them? Because I know they're there, and I know they're a certain distance out, sure, but I don't really need them to be visible. I only care about this one. Does that make my life like 1,000 times easier or what? I think it does. Yeah. One of the bugs of this is that the 3D text can't be disabled with the collision specifically for it. Maybe they'll fix it later. But I can disable it completely on the thing. Once I did that, it was... I got to disable for the whole actor. It's nice to because now I'm using 3D text. Or I guess another text render on this one here. I use Griffey. Wow. Take forever, why don't you? I just click this. It's so laggy. Look at that. Look at how laggy that is. I realize there's a lot of them. You said it as a child, that's not a bad plan. Let's just get world scale here. I'm not sure if I need this or not, but improving a tool that I use to delineate out the rooms, make my life easier, is probably a good thing. I should have used 3D text. What am I doing? They changed this. I thought. I could have sworn they changed this. Find out. This is at the start of the project, so if something breaks, I don't care. You can always backpedal to another project if need be. I don't know how helpful that even is. Because if it's on the side, it'll be stuck in a wall. Also, oh, I got rid of the text render that had the room name. Stupid. Format text is an option, but you can't add the ones like that. Why bother with a text render when I can just do room name into this? Skip out on the text render. You just have a 3D text. Oh no, let's do it the other way. I have my new plan. Ha ha. Well, it was a start. Is that even helpful? Maybe. Why does it look squished? No reason. It looks squished. Maybe two text ones and one on top of the other would be better because it's a little more easily read, I guess, in the room. I don't know if that's really pertinent information. It's cool to have the names. That's I like. Why does the text seem so large on this one? Oh, I know why. Because it's a child of that. That's much nicer. It's not stretched. Too bad I can't put all the information about the room in here, but eh. We could have a text thing explaining everything in the room if I wanted. Might be interesting for notes purposes. To have the notes floating visibly in the air. Problem is 3D text really doesn't do multiple lines very well, but I guess to be fair, you could just append strings all day long. What you need for everything in the room. It's probably fine. Also makes it way easier to find where the room info is, for sure. I guess how much information I want to even put on here. I do like anything that organizes visually what I'm doing, because I'm a very visual guy. Well, that wasn't showing, but it is now. Yeah, putting notes in there might be interesting. I kind of like this idea a bit. Maybe it helps me keep track of where everything's at. It's just 1,000 times better than having notes somewhere where I have to try to merge the two all the time. Kind of like that. These probably aren't hidden in game or something. They need to be. Yeah, they're not. Huh? Why have you not loaded these? These are just set to not visible. But that shouldn't stop them from loading. I set him to not visible, but not visible should make him still... I know what the problem is. These have to be text renders. Because I set the collision here for the whole actor, and I can't do that for this. These have to be text renders. Because of the bug in that, even though I like 3D text way better. Oh, that's right, what it is. Oh, we're gonna want this in game. I really hope they fix that in 5.8. But 5.8 has enough problems with them. Not really looking to upgrade yet. Pop each other, sure. And they're tiny. We're using Griffey, huh? I hate these ones. They're so limited in what they can do. Kinda suck. Big cinema storms. Kind of awesome term to use, but you know, thanks. Guys working on my stuff. Building myself a new tool. It hopefully vanishes when I'm in the world. First tool was a broken one. Don't like it. And it's still broken. Well, thanks. You a game dev, or are you just generous like that? Overlap all dynamic. That should be fine. Okay, well, we'll do this. Set actor collision. Maybe it's just being dumb. I'm confused how this would break that. I guess you just remembered the collision was just disabled. Well, there's no nav mesh down, so things shouldn't spawn probably. Oh, no, spawning. Oh, that's right, I got the new enemy thing somewhere there, so it shows what's being spawned. That one says 0 though. It didn't RFG itself. Well, that was the last system I worked previously. Not showing their levels. How come no new enemies have spawned? There's one. It's just being slow about it, sure. Yeah, so that one's level 3, so that's something. Man, what a jerk. Where's that mushroom right there? Like, why am I in the lake? Oh, it's too far away. I might want to increase the size for how far away you can be from them. That seems like it's almost like a little bit not enough. There's more verticality in the game than I gave it credit for sure. Can I fall behind this? I can, okay. That's enough to run behind it, so it's not like terrible. I'm going to start spawning those in specific spots. Also, they're hard to hit, but up close. That was a pretty lousy jump on my part. Most aren't showing up. Definitely some problems with those. I was thinking of having a hole between those things there, but I don't want to remake that whole wall right now. Terraform really does help. That weapon is horrible in that fight. It's not for that, but man, it's horrible in this fight. I might take away its additional costs and just have it when you're in Terraform it works. I don't know, it seems kind of really pricey. Could still swap heal like that, but then at that point both those are so similar. That's not too bad. I think that I need to left align those things a bit and then remove the spacing on them. I'll take a screenshot fast. Seems like the worst time to stream. I should always make a point of streaming later because the stream. I just want to work on my game. I'm like, oh, let's turn the stream on, but nobody shows up for hours anyway until like way later. I should stream only later. But I wanted to work on the game now because I was done with my job and had time. Late night client. Sometimes clients, you know, they show up late. Like hundreds of dollars, and then you don't have to make games unless you want to, which I do because I'm. Let's do. Where was I? Well, I'll close these back up. 7 of these open. I was just, I guess, getting more game feel testing. I may put more information on here. I kind of just want notes to appear on here. But unless it, well, I would have to create like a text renderer. I don't even know how you could actually have a variable in here that just does each one of the things that you add to them. Like you could have a list of strings, but then I'll work. I care more about setting that. If I need to change that, I will. Stop playing with the room info. You know you want to, but you know it's kind of unnecessary here. Blue's fine. Hoping this can work so I can just have them a little closer. It's already done there, huh? One's better because you can change the color easily. I guess it's actually faster to test over here. Why is it though? I don't even know if that's true. There's a music bug to fix too. Definitely like the white better. Yeah, she doesn't summon stuff very fast. That might not be really great. And she removed herself. Yeah, it's not really spacing her very well. How do I get him to shrink? That's the question. This one seems to be fine. Try this actually. Really appears over to the sides. This enemies thing seems like it's not centered well. Off to the side there. Interesting. It doesn't look like that in the HUD thing, and yet very much is. Again, it's just taking up the same amount of space. Maybe a scroll box is better. It seems like a scroll box does that better. Also, these things are disappearing from a distance. I need to have width. That doesn't happen. They didn't really change anything. Maybe I set to 100. Maybe that's probably the problem. This one doesn't even have that, it's just scaled. Huh. Seems smaller now. I'm curious what that did. Why are you up there? Oh, I know, because you're part of this. You shouldn't be in those. Okay, I'm not going to go back to this weird who knows what system up here anyway. All that crap, unnecessary. Sure, I need to figure it out, but... simple reality is too much information. Oops, forgot this. That's weird. Hey, Shadow. Lots of waiting to see. Another care. Anyway, what are you gonna? Yeah. Jeez, you missed out on your streak. Damn. Some people, it's like they don't even care. I'm so inconsistent on streaming. I'd like to be more consistent, but I'd like my health to be more consistent too. These two things have not happened. Yeah. How's your day going? Ah, there. That's okay. I was so busy yesterday that I missed it too. Feeling pretty good tonight. Last night I felt terrible. Tonight, pretty decent. Good as I ever do. Not too bad. Okay, that's way too small, but let's see if it vertically changes. Gonna make my enemy thing better. I know it's too small right now, but it hasn't been spacing them very well. Yeah, I keep spacing them super far apart. I don't know why. I mean, Vu's been around for, like, you have to have seen Vu by now. I mean, she's like one of the oldest, she actually is the oldest boss. I fight her all the time on stream. She's not new at all. So it shrank the size, but it didn't shrink the vertical on him at all. Which is so weird. Well, thanks. Yeah, not too worried about that boss fight. It summons a whole lot of enemies, so I figured it would be good to test out this thing to figure out why it's not displaying lots of different ones in there. Maybe tweak the room so that the heads are just kind of floating and watching though, instead of on the walls necessarily, because the thing kind of blocks. Still too tiny. That's so weird. What am I missing on that? It's been so long since I've screwed with these things. Like the tiny I'm not too worried about, but the spacing between those is huge. It seems like it's almost bigger spacing this time. It is. Yeah. Maybe a scroll box just adds it. I don't know. Like the canvas panel is just as big as this one in here, so it's just the canvas panel has size. Right? Yeah. No, that's the right thing. It should resize, and yet it does not. Yeah, I'm doing more with those. I need to do a lot more creepy things throughout the place. I've been kind of slowly slotting in more creepy things. Just make it kind of bland at first, and then just kind of add more and more. These are offsets. Oh. Why are those offsets? I mean, I'm always up for ideas. I don't know if the boss needs to be any more challenging, to be honest, but, you know. Always up for ideas. But they're just kind of there. They kind of don't really relate to the boss. Because she's like, you know, like a voodoo doll. Since she summons other little voodoo dolls, she makes them. Maybe I made this bigger. What is going on? I moved it over like this and then it changes the size of those? The hell? God, the system is convoluted. Why do they change the size of each other? The hell? Yeah, fair. Now she doesn't need any new things. She's already got her weird little, like, you know, pentagram that spins and all the enemies that can make her invulnerable and shit, and legion of stuff. I don't know why this is changing the size of that once it goes out to here. The canvas panel's here. This is weird, dude. How is that changing the size? Is it because of this? I'm just gonna do this. I should maybe make that not change each other. That is just weird. No? It's still doing it. How? Never even seen this behavior. Moving it down here changes these even more. So yeah, I move this over here, nothing changes. I move this over here, nothing changes. Yeah, that's weird because, you know, this was designed from scratch, so it shouldn't actually have anything linked. They both have a scale box around them, so there's nothing unique about that. I'm tempted to just duplicate the dialogue box. You know, I could. Come on. Any BPI combat and like BPI HUD? Sure. I use 5.7 with another number after that I don't remember offhand. What are we at? Let's double check here. 5.7.4. I tested 5.8, but the performance is trash, so they need to fix it before I want to switch. For sure. This is joining. Oh, just combos are in there. No reason to try to figure out the answer or a problem when I can just do this. Try adding things like that. I call progress bars. I might actually have an image for the enemy too. Instead of having that bar there, I don't know how necessary this is. Well, job one, we'll just set this bar up. I guess I don't need all this dialogue text crap. Get the dialogue text here, and we'll call this level text instead. Oops. Whoa. Getting feisty there. The appearance of that. No material? Where'd the material go? Oh, it's up in style. No, you can't copy all those at once. Fair enough. I thought it was in here. Why are you not able to set percent? What just happened there? The thing just trumps everything. Did you see that? It just put on there, it just completely trumped everything when I copy pasted it over. I have so many questions about what the hell that's even doing. Maybe it's a size thing. I might reduce the size of it and see what happens. Like it was just so big that it screwed it up. That's what it was, I guess. Can I change the size now? Is that possible without... No. Whatever is wrong with that thing is weird. This one changes just fine. Now there's something real strange going on. I don't know what it was, but whatever it is, I don't like it. So screw it. Why can I only set percent on that one? How is this one different? This is literally a progress bar. They're both user widgets. That's something. Yeah, pretty much. Definitely cursed. I'm definitely confused on this one. Like why that changes, rescales on everything. Why it's impossible to set progress. Barfill mask is part of one of these I probably need. That's kind of cool looking. Unexpected. Pull this off to the side and see how it looks against the other. Something's weird on this here that I don't understand. This happens because I haven't done this in so long that I just... messaging me a little night. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm comparing it against the two to see what the differences are between them because something's weird here. They're behaving differently and it's almost like I have two different bars, but I also copy pasted things over from one to the other and that did not do what I hoped for. I mean, they look pretty identical. Actually, they all have the exact same modified things. No, they have the same stuff. Except for I can't set this percent. Hey, Shawnee B, how's it going? It's like this bar is defective. Aha, the be right back here. Nice, nice. I mean, listen. Sometimes you gotta. Well, it's going pretty good. I decided I needed a thing that basically on the side showed off a bunch of enemies appearing. It's currently not in great mode here, but I mean, something like this where it starts showing all the enemies that are currently available and shows like their levels and stuff. I was adding that information there. And there's something wrong with the widget that causes some bizarre behavior. Just to give you an idea, like, see how it changes this one thing, changes the size of all the others for some reason, but only off to the side. This one does it too, and I don't know what's causing that with this particular widget, because this widget was just made fresh and I can't find anything, so I'm remaking it off of something that I know works, because but it's a quality of life thing so that I have a way to display all the enemies that are important, or bosses with multiple pieces to them, or for enemies that are like super necessary, like I want to be able to tag that they're important to kill, so that there's one more indicator, like for Vu's thing where she has like a force field that's generated by these 5 minions and I want them to all generate that, like to explain the, you know, all right, one more visual indicator that that's what's happening, basically for more complicated mechanics. UI, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a thing. For sure. But, you know. I live near none. Either size of the thing, it's changing the total size of the camera, so it's like scaling the rest of the UI, unless I'm wrong. I guess so. I don't know why it's doing that though, because I never really set it to do that, but I don't know. I can also just take one that's already set up and not worry about it, because I can just jank all the stuff off that one and yeah, like why remake what already can work? Oh, this one does it too. Maybe that is a stretch in the canvas. I don't know, weird. Wonder why those have the capability to do that, but others. Exactly. Recycle, reduce, reuse. As you know. Yeah, I'm also reminding myself how the UI system works, because, I mean, I took that 6-month break, but let me tell you about how I didn't mess with the UI stuff since long before that. Like, there's always that part where you go, oh yeah! And I have to remind myself. Oh yeah, this one you couldn't set progress on either. That was another weird one. For whatever reason, you weren't able to set progress on that bar. Set percent, yeah. Alright. Yeah. I don't know why. I literally just dragged a progress bar. That's all this is a stupid progress bar. There's nothing special about it. But for some reason, you cannot set the percent on this one. I don't know why. But there's no reason to fix a problem that can be solved by simply deleting the thing and adding it another one. It's like, Unreal Engine does some dumb crap sometimes. Like one day it decided the noodles I was connecting things with weren't good. So I would get rid of the noodle and then reconnect the noodle and it was fine. Stream was just like, it just didn't like that noodle. Maybe the noodle didn't taste it. It was cooked poorly. There you go. The noodle was cooked poorly. It was unhappy with me for cooking the noodle poorly, so I had to recook the noodle. It went Chef Ramsay on me or something like that. And he was like, okay. You never know with this thing sometimes. You just never know. There's lots of little weebles. I guess I'm gonna dupe this one here. Let's delete the one that doesn't work right for whatever reason. Got the issue with landscape pyramid triangle slopes. We made 8K in 1 kilometer. Galaxy triangles. I launched Fortnite. Investigate last year. See what they have. I guess just the engine can only handle things so big. I suppose makes sense. Unreal Engine gets really finicky and weird the farther you get from zero. Like, you'll watch people do testing for the games, and you'll start to see the games just start to freak out the farther the numbers get. It just doesn't like things get farther away from zero, so that can be part of the issue. It's just it has a real issue with things that are beyond that point. So it says you can make these things these ridiculous sizes, but in practice that is just not true. At least that's my guess. You know? I could be wrong. 5-point precision. Your energy is 6.1 point. Maybe certainly your issues. I don't know. Like, the thing is, it wasn't me testing with an engine so much as watching other people test on real games and seeing the problem as they would get like really ridiculously far from the origin point. Like just ludicrously far. Let's Game It Out was pretty famous for doing that kind of stuff too, where you just see the game, you start freaking out because you could get so far away from the point there because of all the glitching he'd do. But I mean, that could easily be it. It wouldn't surprise me. If someone knows the answer, I mean, you know. Always happy to know. But I don't know the answer. My advice is just don't do that. Just don't get super far from zero. What are we talking about? Just don't do it. It's so easy. You just don't do it and then there's no problem. Kind of like here where I was like, well, I'm just going to get rid of that bar and now there's no problem. Previous game had a hover car vehicle with mock speeds, so sometimes I got to cheat space and teleport in the vehicle. Interesting. There was Poppet's Dash originally added velocity, or it multiplied her velocity. So the joke was, is if you ever dashed 7 times in a row without something blocking you, you would fly off the map into infinity. It just would multiply that much, you were just gone. Occasionally I throw up a blank map just to show people. It's like, yep, she's just gone. So, you know. I've seen, well, I guess it didn't really bug out at that point because there was nothing out there, but it was funny. But yeah, Yui doesn't like things that are super fast. Yui doesn't like things that are really small. Yui doesn't like things that are weird shapes. Yui doesn't like a lot, in my experience. That's why you have a capsule around your character and you're not using the mesh as your collision. Yui doesn't like things like that. Or also why Poppet is a regular sized character and not a little tiny character. Because when I made Poppet really tiny and wander around like that, Unreal had issues with the collision. She was too small. So she started clipping into all kinds of crap. The game got redesigned with everything being giant and her just being a normal sized character because Unreal doesn't like tiny characters. I think what I'm really saying is the engine's designed to make Fortnite and exactly Fortnite, and the closer you are to Fortnite, the less problems you'll have. Right? Is that we can agree here? Just pretty certain that's what I'm saying. I almost kind of like having the little glowy bar around it stuff stolen off this thing here. It's just the background. You're trying to make the system more malleable? Consider replacing my mover. Haven't tried it yet. Alright. Obviously, it's just lines. Do you think triangle issue is part of the engine problem? Probably. The landscape is a finicky mess. Even Unreal doesn't use their own landscape system. It's so funny to watch. All their old, like, you know, stuff was just a bunch of static meshes just layered on top of each other to make landscapes. Because it's just a mess. It's terrible. Each part show with distance and origin issues? Probably. But I mean, you got people who are making 500-kilometer maps. I mean, like, yeah. I kept trying the landscapes and they kept breaking, and I kept having to redo them. And they're tied to a level as well. So you can't copy paste them, so if something in the level breaks and you want to grab everything off it, you just can't. I had to remake the landscape a bunch of times. And eventually I just started making geometry brush landscapes where I just crammed a bunch of geometry brushes together to make the landscape I wanted. Turned it into a static mesh and said, we're good. I got so tired of them breaking. I just... There's a reason why I'm making everything indoors in these places, right? At least that's my theory anyway. Actually, you know what I could do? Maybe instead of doing this, I'm doing creative things because it's just entertaining to do creative things. Don't judge me. I guess you can, it's fine. Want to check those triangles, PCE rocks, and then multiple mesh? Find the actual problem? Think it is unplayable? Yeah. I don't know why you'd put anything in 8K, to be 100% honest. I'll say it. I have no idea why you would do that. That's weird. You put this bar around it. Epic gave me all these particles, and I want to play with them. Don't know if they'll end up looking good, but maybe. The second progress bar should actually be the same size. I don't know what I'm thinking with that. That's dumb. Yeah, early on I ended up with so many black triangles in my landscapes because I was originally making the game where you were traveling inside of paintings and the paintings, you know, had landscapes in them. And that was stupid. Yes. Yes, that was stupid. Don't do that. That made for a disgustingly big game that I should not have made. If you thought the current version's delusional, you should have seen the other one. Jesus. It was not okay. Not okay. It's supposed to be behind it. You can go back to my early streams on YouTube and see just how ludicrous it was. We were just like, why? Why not? Not what I was looking to mess with, but thanks. One's on me. That doesn't help. You don't have the same origin, really? Oh. Hmm. Why it needs to be bigger. I don't think turning the dialogue boxes into little help thingies is gonna be that great, unless I want to add additional information like little pictures of their faces and stuff, which I might, and names or something. Maybe. About where I want it. I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Don't do that at all. There's already one here. Oh, why not just grabbing this? Stupid. Acknowledge me the name over here. Can't through the name. Feels like there should be additional information here. I want to put a picture of them as well, I guess. So I have to take pictures of them, so I'm not sure I necessarily want that. Call it enemy name, so I have an easier thing to keep track of. I think I'll steal my other little orb ID off the other one. I'm stealing off this one, where everything went stupid. And it was broken and just, yeah, I don't know. I really need to remember how to do all this extra crap here. It's been too long. For sure. No. Job 1 is functionality versus looks. Looks can always be changed and updated. I don't care that much about that, but... Oh, it's on 2 already. Perfect. Here's something else it needs to compile. Ever since it exploded and did crap everywhere. I think boss name or something like that. Yeah, I get widget name text, that's what it was. Hey, another guy, how's it going? Why are you saying graph is not editable? 5.7, why? Why are you like this? It's very editable. Look, I just dragged the thing onto it. Working on it? Yeah. doing dumb crap with the UI. The other one just kind of exploded and did weird things that I don't understand what it did. And it went from being normal to just all over the place, and it started rescaling itself whenever I did anything out here, and I don't know, it was being dumb. So rather than try to figure out why it was doing whatever it was doing, because sometimes on Unreal it just does things, I copied my dialogue thingy, which is already ready to be crammed into stuff on the interface, and I'm just going to build off that. I can skip whatever stupid problem has been created, for sure. I'm also reminding myself how UI stuff works. It's been a minute. Also, it's UI nav stuff, too, so it's like a plugin as well on top of the normal stuff. So, you know, just in case it was too easy. Okay, well, let me tell you about how I need to load the right one of these things in on the HUD. I never told it to use the new one. Not BPI HUD, widget HUD. Need to move those out so they actually fit better, but widget name text. I don't need that crap. Though I could actually pull the image like that. I probably should just send the entire enemy over and then I can yank whatever I want. That's usually what I start doing, is just sending the entire thing for it to look at so I can pull what it needs. It's already being accessed anyway to find the information, so... Well, maybe it's not technically... Well, no, it's sending a message over, so it's still accessing it. It's not free. Hopefully that comes out a little better. But it's not broken. Job 1, make it not work. It still has on. The name's tiny as hell. But I think with a little picture, the name being larger might not be that bad, actually. Right? A tiny little picture like that. Make the level number much larger. I want to see how it spaces them. Sorry, I've summoned some units. It still spaces them really far apart, and I don't know why. It must just be the vertical box thingy. It might just not do what I want it to. Maybe a scroll box is just blatantly better. We can test. Up here. What, triangle corners? Like with the landscape? I don't use landscapes. I was just saying that earlier, or I just don't use them. It's just, they're too broken. They aren't very good at all. I have way too many problems. I had to redo so much work because of those awful things. Holy crap. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. Make this variable. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Shadow. +1 on, you know, the streak, right? You guys try to guess when the next stream is? Nobody ever knows, not even me. Got this one. Man, I didn't get that one, that's right. I had the other ones. Vertical box. Add child. Scroll box. That's right, stream roulette. You know, the big problem is my health sucks. Yeah, that's pretty much my health sucks. So just some nights just don't feel so hot. I was gonna stream last night and I was like, ugh, I didn't feel very good. Like hours. Just how it goes. You just do it. The size is tiny, maybe like 48 or something. Huge. Huge mungus. This one should be supposed to be way bigger, yet it's not. What if I just don't scale it? That could be part of the problem, is I'm scaling to fit. Interesting. It's like that one has its own separate thing. What are you tied to? Oh, you're just false. That one's not centered. Probably what's happening with the other one for sure. Like, what if I just ditch the scale box, replace with child? No, undo this in a different way. I got a better plan. Let's re-anchor it before I remove this. And then I don't have to deal with whatever was going on there. What that does. I'm always curious. I don't know. I ain't done this in forever. I'm just saying. Okay, well, I've seen how to make it huge, but let's not do that. That's a terrible plan. I wonder if the scale box will make them fit closer together, though. They might. Sorry, scroll box. There's definitely an issue with the scale box. I could just make it the exact size it needs to be. Not a bad idea to do that, to make everything exactly the size, and then not have to worry about the scaling. Oh, I forgot it's in the center of the trigger for this when you try to get near one of these cubes. Well, it's a larger size, but we'll see how it spaces the others. It's also centered to the wrong side, but whatever. Yeah, again, they're huge. How's that space happening? Why does it despawn those guys too, for that matter? I have questions, so many questions about that. I'd want to have the scroll bar if I was going to use that too. Not that it seems to matter. With pictures, it might be kind of cool. Confused why that one's so tiny and this one's so big. I mean, there's only an 8-point difference. Actually, they have the same size font. They should actually be the same size. And yet they are not. As far as I know, they're copies of each other too. Unless it's just too small of a space for it or something. Maybe that's it. I'm gonna try to scale it in one direction. It seems like if I scale it the full way, like, causes problems. That's usually what I do. I just remake it to the exact size it needs to be, then I don't have to worry about this problem. And that's... yeah, all the weird scaling thing never seems to do what it wants to do. It's all bizarre how it operates. Let's just say we make this 260, make it easy. Maybe I just make it 260 in size instead of this weird scaling crap that never seems to work the way you want it to. There was a trick with a size box earlier. So if I size box it, 260, and I height override it to, we'll say 100. That looks weird, but the default is scaled to fit, I guess. It's just me experimenting and see what happens. It's probably been 8 or 9 months since I messed with this particular stuff. Who remembers any of that crap? That does not really scale it the way you want it to. What if I just replace with child this thing here? What happens then? Is it just super tiny? Do I have to play with the canvas size? Like, I did this with the dialogue thingies appearing in the lower right corner in a scroll box, and it works on that. And it doesn't mess with the size, and they're right next to each other. It's just perfectly done there. But it must have had some sort of weird, like, voodoo magic or something for it, because I don't remember. So much for overriding size? What if I wrap it the other direction? Say it has to be this size, and then inside I have a scale box. The other way around doesn't work at all. But maybe that was the trick. No, the other one doesn't have the both boxes, so I think I just actually made the other one the correct size. And I'm about to do that right now. Oh, there you go. It's a little higher up too, so maybe that's the secret. I don't know why the 15 is tiny as hell. Shouldn't be. Why it's so far over to the side, but oh, they're closer. They're still not next to each other. Yeah, pretty much. I still gotta fix the music problem. I treat them all as bosses now, and that's... I thought I fixed that, but it's not. Now it's bigger, but again, it's the scrolls instead. It's not that good. Scaling. As you can see, they're closer now, and they're the right size. So more of them are on the screen, so that's something. I think part of the problem now is that I have scaled it to... I set the size box too tall. Probably just needs to be like 50 or something, right? Well, the size one, this is like 130, but... No, 100 should be fine, I think. Well, maybe not, because it's scaled it down so much. We'll see. You have to change one thing at a time, just to be a little smarter about this. I changed multiple things, so I'm not sure what caused what. I didn't check the text thing, whatever. They probably should be smaller anyway. I might not even need a picture of them, so that might not even be a thing that's in there, but... They're kind of small anyway, so it's probably unnecessary, but... Yes, it's better than taking up the full screen in the center there. Only because I can only have one enemy available at that point, so the new system lets me have multiples. Now they're next to each other. Hell yeah. And one it vanishes. Voo vanished. No, Voo, what the hell? How did you get removed from the thing? The system is imperfect. Come back, Voo. Come back to the health bar. We have cookies. Maybe. There you go. So I just didn't like the size I was using. I might want to space it a little more than that, but... I hit them so hard they can't... they just vanish from the thing, but... Because I have max level at the moment, but... So maybe farther over to the right, and then... Maybe a slight bit of space between them, and maybe slightly smaller too. Like, we'll try 240 and see how that goes. I don't know why the text is tiny. I'll figure that out in a second. You could place it inside a vertical box or something just to align all this crap. Maybe that's what I should be doing with my time. Over there, sure. Put on the canvas panel so that it's all aligned perfectly. I guess these are aligned inside of that too, so maybe that's not the right thing here. The canvas panels for that, these should all be aligned center, I assume. Because they're inside of a canvas panel. Maybe that was what I was doing wrong the other one. I ended up being aligned weird. Never consume that. What's the problem with this thing? Like this one, they're the same size, but this number is tiny. It's possible I just don't want this picture. I just remove that, and then I can shrink this whole thing down. And then just have a name and a level. That's probably fine. Wait, someone suggested Path of Exile, so... Actually, I'm gonna just go to YouTube and look. Hey TX, how's it going? Sweet. No, doesn't have any of that crap. Maybe I just ditch this. I don't think I need a dialogue image. Who am I kidding? Nobody's gonna look at that crap. I was having issues with that one, so I just stole my dialogue one, and I'm rebuilding the dialogue one to be the right size. I just have new things in there. Don't know why all that's moving over like that, but sure. Doing good. Just know that I've been working on auto dimensioning for my software, and it's been absent pants. Isn't programming fun? It's so much fun. Anyone who says different, nobody likes them, they don't have friends. Could be nothing. Nothing at all. Built to mesh the exact way and send over 500 examples and it decides, nah, let's do this way. Oh my gosh, it's a ghost in the machine. The AI is revolting. It's alright, we're all doomed. As long as we get sex bots first, though, I guess I'm fine. We had a good run. Humanity and us. Anyone who says different, clearly is on the wrong side of history. I don't know why price this now? Like 120? I can do 120. Not bad. Maybe not though. We'll see how it looks now. Maybe I should make the size a little bit. Yeah, if it were, you know, Unreal Engine, I would say it was a timing issue, but for everything else, I don't want 500, I want 200. Increase the size of the canvas to what it's supposed to be, and then put things inside it. That's a little less weird. Less confusing, for sure. So if I'm gonna set that, I probably want to set this to 200 on the old size box. Maybe like 40 here. See how that goes. Trying to understand UI, I've forgotten so much. I made an entire stat system and everything like that with all these things like that, and I've completely forgotten like all that because it's been, I don't know how many months. A lot. There's still a bunch wrong with this combat too, but all because of this new system. Mostly it's just the music issues and some of the enemies are overleveled. Oh yeah, that's probably too small. Also, I have no idea why that level text is so tiny. It has no right to be that tiny. It just is. I guess it doesn't have to be too big of a thing. I mean, you know, just a level and a name is really all it needs. You don't want to block this stuff too much. I think the despawns to it needs to be farther away because this is such a big arena. You can fit a lot of enemies on there though. That's good. But I think they need to be slightly bigger, maybe. I'm working on making the combat more complicated in general, so I needed more complex systems for it. You actually don't even do full damage to her with you didn't kill her in one hit at max level. It's funny. She is boss, so yeah, that's surprising. I had some things that could do more damage than this, though, for sure. They removed her. Well, it kind of removed her. But still, I removed the enemy thing like that and got the boss out there, so that's not zero for sure. And the NPCs don't show up? He's really hard to see in here. Also, I don't know why he's turned to the side. He just seems to like the side. Good for you, pal. I might not have Charlotte's bedroom be a thing you go to yet. I might make it later. I've been thinking about it. There's really two ways I can go about it. And since I haven't even made this room yet, and it needs a bunch of work, because it's just in a concept phase, yeah, maybe. Whatever the case, job 1, interface that lets me do what I need it to do. Job 2, I don't care. This used. No. Once again, I don't want to go to figure out what's wrong with all the possible things there, so rather than do that, why don't I just copy paste over, you know, something that already exists, and just not do that, right? Seems like a good plan to me. I was thinking of making it slightly bigger too. Wish I could see it in action. I'd rather have that centered than just move the whole canvas over if I have to. Nowhere else do you fight this many enemies. Who can actually have up to 10 helpers? Now the 15's bigger, so once again, like, it was just doing something and I don't know, I need to justify it. We can go much higher up by the map though. Yeah, the despawn because it's too far. So there needs to be an option to not despawn if they're like boss related. I think the cultists have that. At least I'll never have to question how many enemies it's spawning ever again. It'll just tell me. Yeah, those don't vanish away anymore. I don't think they do. Did they? No, they're over there. Okay, so they have a permanent thing or something. Stop it. If we tried to summon something else and it was too far away. So yeah, as long as I justify the 15 and then fix the voodoo cultists to have health that's a little more relevant to what they're supposed to be. I know the health is set so high because I never scaled their level, they just always had a certain predetermined health. But now they're being spawned in, their levels being multiplied. I think they have like a disgusting amount of health. Way too much. But I guess to be fair, I was trying to make the combats more complicated. Not like super complicated, but more complicated than they were. Well, it's looking pretty decent though, all things considered. I mean, that now, but I mean, we've come from like various points there where we're just really ugly and beat up. One of these early ones that were just nothing and just messed up thingies. So, you know, it's getting there. So it's much more concise, much more lined up. Takes up less space. I mean, that's an image like that, just crazy like that. Blood everywhere, right? Sometimes you just get the full blood. It's fine. Now this part of this canvas, I can just move it up. I wish I could put that somewhere else, but I just can't really put many enemies along the bottom. Not enough. I was testing earlier. Ugh. Get to go to a chiropractor tomorrow. Maybe she'll unlock my neck a little bit. Because right now it doesn't have very good motion to it. Feels like it's basically like just kind of caught. I think I got better motion than I used to, but not a lot. Definitely hurts to move it to the side very much. Not that direction though, just to the sides like that. It's like as far as I can get. Before it hurts real bad. Sucks trying to lay down. There's no comfortable way I can lay down. I figured that out a while ago. Yeah, dialogue appear. Maybe the dialogue should appear at the center. Probably better than off to the side. If I put dialogue in the center, that means I can actually move the enemies down. I can also reverse it where the enemies, well, they're going to appear from the other direction. I guess I could populate from the bottom. No, it doesn't work. It always populates from the top. You have to add in fake ones for it to populate from the bottom. I did that with the dialogue once, and then I took all that out when I realized I didn't want to have a huge string of dialogue appearing. Just whatever was currently being said. But maybe that's what I should do, because then I could just have something that's more front and center and have a dialogue instead of like screen alerts. I know for Patrick, if I had a little warning system where it's just saying, you know, things on the screen, counting down everything, but it could appear down here in the dialogue instead. Get everyone looking at the same location. I don't know, the other one's like on the screen so you can see what's going on. I guess technically that allows for the enemies to be huge if I want, the number of enemies, if I did it that way. I doubt I'll ever need that many enemies, but maybe. Actually, if I just center is probably fine. I'll make them look cooler as that time goes by for sure. Also, unless I make a unique voodoo doll for Voo to summon, he would have all the same crap as the other. I don't want to do that. Also, the music bugs out. Let me fix the bugged out music. We'll start with that. In the ground, isn't it? That's her pentagram. What did he say? You're just suggesting that I could do a bunch of work to repair some pipes, and I'm like, well, you see, I'm gonna be streaming until I basically go fall asleep, and then I'll wake up, and then I have work and a chiropractic appointment then. But maybe after all that, I could probably do it in the evening. That's true. Wait. This has nothing to do with it. This is not the thing that Poppet herself controls the music. Folks, it means I can basically drop her on any map and she's just golden. She's like, I do everything. Well, I should have checked to see what it does to send the music over, though. Probably the same system, I imagine. Ones. The laugh thing is I need to replace with actual better dialogue noises, or better laugh tracks, I guess. That is some old code. There's special music, huh? Did I miss any messages here? How is the music ending? I can only assume this is what's happening to activate room reset on her. Yeah. Oh no, that's just to do once. That's not even a thing. It would just have to be activate room, I guess. Nothing else sets music, does it? No, there's something else doing music. Yeah, room info, activate room. And special music, okay. Hmm. The system worked really well with only one boss. It told them, hey, you know, every time you opened up the menu to refresh things and like refresh the boss info, and to see if the music was active, or if the boss is still active, to change the music. But I don't think I need that. Hmm. You could actually have this thing here do it, the enemy spawner do it, and then when it finds no one, it ends the thing like that. No reset trap. Instead of having to do that all over the place. Better to have a variable. So I was looking at this actor has tag thing like that, and it's like, That's fine, I guess. It doesn't make a big difference on that, just for purposes of this. And then here, and special music. All the bosses are protected by these room info, not these specific spawners anyway. So I can lock Poppet into location. So you know. Yeah, yeah, see, yeah. That should fix that problem. Stupid fleas in this house. We've been fighting them, but it's been a long fight for sure. Ooh, I feel really bad. I can just pop my neck backwards and I feel less bad. Hooray! Happens, I don't know, 20 or 30 times a day. Oops. I mean, the level doesn't make a difference anyway, but... Actually, they shouldn't have that much health. I should only have like 300. Which is not that much. A couple hits just finish them. Maybe 3 hits. They should die pretty easy. And they obviously died at max level ridiculousness too, but not that handy. And then I guess I gotta make a duplicate of the other enemy just so it's a voodoo version. Oh. Wait, did I already do that? Am I ahead of the game? Past me was a lot more wily than current me, for sure. Past me knew things. Sage knowledge that current me just is like, nah, man. Eh. I should animate those one things to be moved in too, like so the whole thing kind of animates in when they a new enemy arrives. That animates out. I haven't done a lot of interface animation yet. I just haven't added a lot to the game. Too many musics. I've ever had to look at updates at all. That's interesting to note. Unfortunately, the voodoo dolls are also mildly retarded. The cultist somewhere. They're so annoying. Wait, I can't hit this again. The hitbox in this thing must be terrible. He went back, sure. And she killed off all the little helpers when she died. Well, the boss is pretty fast. This weapon's not really like, you know, game ready or not. It has a cool aim. Mostly it just fires a projectile and it does okay damage, but honestly, I probably should have picked a better weapon to kill it with for testing purposes. But it did everything it needed to. Oh, I didn't check the health things to see if those were where they're supposed to be. Yeah. But part of the problem is this starts rotating during the third phase of the fight. So it makes it pretty hard to aim this stupid thing. It's also not the most accurate for how big the little thingy is for it. It needs like a some sort of cross thing or something to show where it really hits. It's not like this, it's just a big old fireball. This hits everything. Not that you have this for this fight, but you know. This one's also not game ready. It's getting close though. This should be on fire. She needs a better way to hold this weapon because it looks stupid the way she's holding it, but... Evil Poppet. Overall, everything worked there. I fixed all the bugs. I didn't think those bugs would be hard to fix, and things died relatively easily. I mean, you know. Yeah, they died pretty easy. I'm not worried about that. Of course, I set my level to stupid. I didn't want the fight to be like 20 plus minutes, just for testing purposes. The only thing I really cared about now that I tried to check was where the level information's at. I just need to go have her spawn real fast and look. That's actually not too bad. Guess I'll respawn a bunch of enemies real fast and then take a screenshot and see if I want to change anything about lands, but it's a lot more functional. It doesn't really block the screen that much. I might want some indicator to show the enemies are important. I might also just remove the dumb little orb too. I don't know, or even put it like a level on there, like an L plus the thing like that. Yeah, see, this is what makes it hard because you're constantly moving. And that is pretty tedious framing for sure. But all things considered, that's looking pretty good for what I want. Right, seems to be working. I need to move the masks so they're not in weird locations. It used to be the boss was just this giant thing up in the center with way too much information to kind of barricade this whole section. And it looked more important, sure, but... Say the big problem with that was you get to this fight and you don't have, so you can't see all the voodoo cultists which are around, and I need an indicator to show they're important, I guess. So maybe some... Yeah. Hmm. I don't take quick bio break real fast. Yes. Yes, indeed. I'll be right back. They drop in like flies. It's kind of the weirdest time of night to actually stream, because you stream during this point and people tend to like, you start the stream and then there's people who are active and then there's like a period where people fall asleep. And we're back. That's right. I was considering starting streaming like later, but the thing was is I had to meet someone super late for my business, and then I didn't get to sleep before the stream, so it's like I think I slept for like an hour like before I met up with the guy. And then I was like, oh, it's like I think it was like 1 or something. I'm like going, oh, now I have nothing to do and I want to work in the game. Damn it. It'd be perfect if I could successfully sleep throughout the night and get up like, I don't know, 6 or 7 in the morning and then stream until I had to do my regular work. That'd be like the perfect thing. I can't sleep more than 6 hours at a shot though, so it's like I wake up in the middle of the night and just stream for no apparent reason. Very weird. I don't know why I do this thing that I do. It's very strange. Yes. Yes. 0 out of 10. Not a great plan. Oh, we updated my little thing now. Now it has a counter up here. I might start putting information on these things so I keep track of where stuff is, because I'm really discovering that the more places I have notes for what I need to put in places, the easier it is to kind of really sort what things need to be. Just having notes places and everything. I did that a long time ago once, had notes everywhere, and then I stopped doing that. Did you? Ah. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with it, to be fair. What's going on in them. Drawing pipe. Alright, alright. I might show it on the stream if you want what you're doing, but you don't want that out. It's like blueprints and the like. Well, architectural blueprints. I guess I should qualify that because I'm using Unreal Engine. Blueprints has a very different meaning here. That is true. Reminds me of when I used to do drafting in high school. I was going to be an architect at one point, and then a computer science nerd. I didn't end up doing any of those. No. What am I working on next? I guess I'm improving the combat. I guess the enemies could have more to do. I think the little voodoo dolls are stupid. They're not very interesting. The arch background, structural background, and pipeline drawing there. Okay. Is that what useful people do with their time? Like me, who's just moving dolls around? It's an unfortunate problem with these heads. I was thinking these heads all occupy a very weird place. But they could actually occupy this central area. Just tell people to click buttons at a higher level than most. I like that. That's what I do too. I click buttons at a higher level than most. Don't judge me. It's what I do. Don't judge. Okay, well that sucks. Do I? Well, now I just feel all special. Yeah, I just thought I talked like a weirdo. Okay, I probably do. It's not wrong. I'm from California. Northern California, to be specific. I'm way up north, don't you know? That wasn't very good. Southern accent, even though I'm in the north. Newport? Where's Newport at? Now I gotta look. I'm up in the Chico area, so. Newport, California? Where this? Oh. Newport's up there? Okay, okay. Alright, alright. Oh, you're like way over there on the coast. Damn, son. Yeah, I'm up in, over here. Yeah, I'm over here. So I was pretty close. A few hours, yeah, a couple hours away, I imagine. You can get over there, get through Hamilton. Catch I-5 down to Willows. Take a road that makes you hate your life, i.e. 162. Hate yourself because you have to go all the way around to get to Newport, no matter which way you go. Nice. Yeah. What if Newport's nice? Let's go look at Newport. Okay, well, I was expecting a little bigger. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I was expecting a little bit bigger. I guess you can only really kind of drop off at points, huh? Oh, well, that's not a very good point. Who thought this was... Okay, I guess we're going to the hot tub. What a weird point for Google Maps to decide. You just decide this is a hot tub now, huh? Okay. Well, cool ocean. I briefly lived in the Portland metro area. Now I want to see where else Google's spying on. Freaking weird. I'm dropping this one. What's this? Now we're in the building. Did Google just invade someone's house? Is that what happened here? I'm a little creeped out here. How'd they get in? Did they get in from the chimney here? I can move inside. Oh, I can move around the house. I'm creeping around this person's house now. Don't mind me. That's weird. I'm in his yard. Okay. Can I invade the neighbors? Okay, I guess I'll go in here. Up the stairs? In the house. Guess I could jump from camera to camera. It's so weird. As a tourist on this one house. Wonder what's in the dresser. I'm a loot goblin this shit. No? No loot goblin? Damn. A murder hobo? Well, that's a nice bed. You just... I don't know about this, like, they're just laying in bed staring at their neighbors. That's a little creepy. Like, if this was, I was thinking ocean out there, and I was like, hell yeah, you stare at the ocean. Nah, they're just staring at their neighbors. And look at a birdhouse up there. I have questions. Why is there a birdhouse up there? I guess it's supposed to be a... You can't even go this way. I'm in block. It's blocked. Apparently this is where the sidewalk ends. You cannot escape. I've never in my life left America. I don't even know why I'd want to. I'll say I have no idea why I'd want to leave the US in any way, shape, or form. I can go on a, you know, a Google Maps vacation if I need to go anywhere. It's out here. Yeah. This boring ocean? Yeah, whatever. Ocean suck. And this one, I landed on this lady's head. I'm a dick, aren't I? Just stand here, lady. I need a better view. No, you moved. Stop moving. I'm looking at the view, lady. What are these guys doing? Even for vacation? The hell would I leave America? Where would I want to go? What? You know how big America is? I don't have to leave. Because America don't want to be there? Yeah, exactly. If I like America, I've seen like plenty of travel vlogs of all kinds of other places, and there's a reason why I didn't have any desire to go to any of them. That's so adorable. You think I like going outside? Let me explain to you about my like lovable box that I get to live inside, and I don't have to ever go outside. I can go in other people's boxes on Google Maps. You see what kind of a vacation? I'm already going on vacation. This is like an Airbnb, but the Google Maps edition. I look at all the things in here like that. Where these people try to look like they're all cool because they have like the Wall Street Journal, but then you realize that nobody's ever had a newspaper for like the last like 10 years in this country. So they just look pretentious. Nice. Where do they think they hide the bodies anyway? So curious now. This movement sucks, by the way. Like, whoever made this game up's terrible and should reprogram their movement big time. What's out here? Oh, I can't go out there. Oh. Well. Oh, what's in the garden? Oh. Huh. Some weird hose thing. All cameras everywhere. These people are creepy. They spy on everything. It's obviously not the camera here that's taking the picture of what I'm looking at, because the camera's way down there and I'm way up here. Huh. Okay, well that was fun for 5 seconds. Now that I've been on my Google Maps vacation, I feel like I don't have to leave the house for another year. I don't know. Like, I don't really feel like I have to go on a lot of vacations because I work from home anyway, and pretty much have the freedom to dick around most days unless I decide I want to stream or something and eat a whole bunch of hours for no apparent reason. Then obviously I hate myself, but beyond that, I'll move this out of this room for a second so I can more easily move the faces around. So they can watch the combat. So I can pretend like I can move the faces easier. Move the snap mesh. Or actually what I could optionally do is just move them off to the sides so that they are not within inside the barrier here. Because it's really just these two sections where they get stuck inside it. Maybe that's the better call. Better aesthetics. You're not going to look up in the fight anyway. But no, I don't know. I just never really go anywhere. I mean, to be fair, I've had health problems for like 6 years, so during that I haven't done hardly anything. Besides game dev. And even then, sporadically on that, because, you know, health problems, yo. It's counting for a small one there, buddy, but it's random. Yeah, maybe I just do this instead. Yeah, I suppose the fact that I just get to do whatever I want most of the time and do my hobbies all the time means that I kind of don't have desire to go places. Like, unless I'm dating some chick who, well, obviously, well, actually, to be fair, most women I would date, I wouldn't want to, one that likes to travel anyway, because I would prefer they'd be more of a homebody anyway, because I don't travel a lot. So, I would not even want to date a woman who is into travel. Yeah, like, I already have what I want. I don't need to go anywhere. I don't want to. Not especially, I mean, if I'm getting paid to do it, maybe, but otherwise, it's just really expensive to travel places, and I could easily invest all that money I spend on travel into my hobbies. Like, imagine a vacation, and then imagine me taking that much money and dropping it into my game. One of these has such better returns. That too, this staycation is just like, well, you know, it's a really great day when I can just do nothing. I'm always working on something, so some days, if I just get to go, you know what, I ain't doing shit today. I'm just gonna sit and do not a damn thing. That's great. too many people are just like, do this, do that. It's like, oh, I don't need to. I think it's because their lives are really boring or something. I don't know. They don't do what they want. They don't have hobbies that amuse them. I have no idea. But there are many points where I was just like, yeah, you know, man, I'm so tired of being able to just do nothing. Let me go somewhere else and do nothing for a big expense. But I don't want to. I don't want to go anywhere. That's like effort. I don't like that. All my homies hate that. Yeah, just nowhere. I guess I'm weird for that, maybe. Also, we're apparently weird because I go plenty of places, spend hours with no entertainment whatsoever. I don't need it. I have like perpetual stories just going on in my head at all times. I perpetually entertained. I'm never bored. Sometimes before I go to sleep, I just, I'm laying in bed and I just, come with stories in my head and just, enjoy all those, and I never have to do anything. Go on long walks. Basically, I'm really happy with being alone with my thoughts a lot. It's rare that I seek out additional entertainment. Yeah, these ones are still too close to the walls. I was trying to avoid that problem. I want them to be kind of fenced out, so I just gotta move them farther away, I guess. Except for right here, like the ones on the wall here I could be watching. That's true, straight by the across the way. I could have them directly on there, and they could watch. Oh, a nice pop. I should be imagining more specific stories in my head, like, the one for this better, envisioning a little bit. But, yeah, whatever. Should probably get rid of these huge ones or move the huge one up. Or move the huge one down. Just farther over to the side. Move the tiny one over. I think that's actually what makes a good streamer then. Not that I'm a good streamer, but what makes a streamer, better at it is that you don't like going outside. Because if you like going outside, unless you're like one of those like IRL travel around streamers, then you're just like, eh. I guess the closer you are to being like Asmongold probably helps out, right? Be like the Roach King. Never leave your house. Make $1 bajillion. No, my house is too clean for that. I also have too much hair. I'm pretty certain I'm a good amount older than him, though, for sure. He's got to be like, I'm going to say like mid-30s, I guess. $36, okay. Yeah, I'm only 9 years older than him. I just looked it up and he's like, he's 36. Born in 90. He's a youngin'. That's how it works. If you're even a day younger than me, you're a youngin'. And if you're a day older than me, you're a fogey. It's that simple. I'll make the rules. Actually, I did just make the rules thinking about it, so, you know, whatever. And if you're my age, that's just unfortunate for you. You should probably stop being my age, because this makes you old. I don't know why you'd want to be old. You should just be young. It's a lot smarter. Trust me on this. He definitely did it right. He got into streaming when you're supposed to get into streaming, and not later on in life where you... If I didn't have health problems, I would have already been a successful streamer, because I've already achieved like successful numbers a few times. It's just that every time I get successful, I have health problems and have to stop again. That head's over there. Yeah, those heads are just too much. They're too close. That was too close too. I don't like them. Maybe just a couple heads there. And all those just need to be moved away. I like how they look at you through the things. I just don't like that they stick their heads through, so... When this starts, are they different entirely? You know, I'm wondering if this actually, they random to a different thing on when I first start. I'm gonna check if that one's a red one or not. Because they don't look the same. Yeah, they're random every time. Oh, that's unfortunate. Position that means nothing then. That's because I did a level instance thingy and it randoms them. When I move them, but I guess every time it starts it also randoms them again. Which is unfortunate because some of them are really huge. I could reduce the size that they could be though. Like maybe they're just too big. Because then when I do this, it's going to be in the way every time. Like those three are fine. You know, it'd be much cooler if I had those at all four corners, essentially. Room's the wrong size for that. All right. Oh yeah, I broke all these. Now they're all rotated by the Puppet Master because it was too intensive for them to have to constantly do their own thing. So now the Puppet Master just moves all of them naturally. An incredibly smart Puppet Master that is the AI for all of the things in my game. I want to get this crap anyway. guess. I don't know. Might just make it smaller. And this way they can never be so massive that they just cure through the thing. I like simple solutions. Change one number instead of trying to reposition all of them and hope that it works out. It's a good thing I'm not independently wealthy. I'd probably stream way too much. Just sit there and work on my game volume. I thought I hit play. I probably would. Good. I thought I hit play. Twice. Indeed. So if I just move the top one up there, that should be fine. Maybe this one a little farther out or something. Yeah, if I just move that one there, I think that'll be all in there, and a few of them can watch. I could have a few looking from above, I guess. Yeah, this one's just too likely to have a problem. We move these a little bit apart from each other. Actually, I could just put them at the pentagram points. Or what passes for the pentagram points? It's hard to tell. Just little shadows on the ground. That one's not even close. Well, they're in a pentagram shape, but not quite matching this one. But if you rotate, whatever, it's close enough. See how it looks. How much time are you really going to look up, right? Like, really? Haha. I guess it's better with the heads floating over there watching you. Do you? Perfect. Well, now you can be watched by the floaty heads. Because you know what you did. And the heads are never going to let you forget it. I kind of miss the giant ones, but at the same time, I don't miss them sticking through the wall or anything. What I really need is to have them start whispering things at you. That'd be sick. I gotta do sound design. I haven't done any sound design. I was gonna use some like AI voices for like, you know, the test stuff, but AI doesn't do creepy anything, so I need to do some creepy stuff myself, I guess, and record it. I wish the voice changer sounded good. Voice act the whole game myself and just do that. Wouldn't be that hard. It'd sound better than the shitty AI voices. Yeah, it would. At least I can do voice inflections. I'm just tuning dialogue as I think about it. Oh. I'll fix some bugs. Duplicate cubes are spawned in here. At least I think they are. I got a list of a bunch of things I'm supposed to fix. I mean, the Vu fight's not even in the playtest, so I don't even know what I'm doing with myself. I guess I was using it as a way to test the other thing there. To see if it worked or not. Okay, I thought they were duplicate cubes, but... they are not duplicate cubes. So, what was I thinking? Okay. What I need to do is because you can just walk into that tent, so both these are not useful. Oh, I gotta rewrite the thingy because the helper message no longer disappear. Because I redid how it was stored. So you go back to some places and the tutorial messages keep happening over and over. Which is not like the biggest problem, but it's weird. I gotta write dialogue for the crystal ball things. I really need to pick a day where I just go ham on the story again, because, you know, I changed it so many times I didn't want to work on it until I got things where they're pretty locked down, but they're pretty locked down now. So... yeah, it's just all things like that. So I need to have a way to not have the story count. Because when it plays the thing, the problem was, let me see how this is a problem, this one here. Let's see. Over the map trigger box. All these polished things, it would be so much faster if I knew what I was even doing, like what was supposed to really be polished. It's more like just thinking about, oh, you know, that would probably be helpful, you know, to make their lives a little easier. This is kind of a little rough, but having never taken a game to like a really polished state, it's kind of me just guessing. All right, so it just runs through this play collectible audio. Finds these from here. I mean, I could just not award it. Like I could like have it play unless it's awarded. And once they already have the item, then I can just have it not work. So we need to change how it's done on Poppet, I believe. Like instead of giving this first, I can then have an option to just award it or not. Or maybe like don't award item and then just mark that as a thing so it's just not awarded, and then those items I don't think awarded, right? Do they? We don't. These just update the stat, but there's no awarded items. You can get them forever. So potentially I just put them somewhere else. But anyway, after it's a little weird. Yeah, this information could just be done later. Sure. New item collected. It's a BPI collectible. Say award item, I guess. Kind of a weird name for it. Maybe just don't recollect, or because I basically want the tutorial message to be able, like, you know, you can keep running over it until you have a certain item awarded to you. And once that, it's not even an item so much, it's just, you know, something in the system here that says, hey, you know, and you're collectible there, that this has been awarded to you, so you can't get it again. And I want to be able to award that later. But I still want to be able to have the information, you know, paid for having that item. So it's actually probably just this here. This here, play collectible is the name of item. It doesn't pull that information from here. It doesn't find it. Yeah, and maybe when I type might have up here. Guess I'll just call it award item. By default, it'll be true. There's a slight problem here because this fanfare thingy, if I put it down here, it'll award these items. I don't want to award all the items. I want to only award items that are unique and cool and not, you know, generic health thingies. And the Terrograph, I think, has its own fanfare stuff going on. I can just get a word item here, I guess. Why do I play sounds defaulted to nothing? I have questions. Especially this one. Why is it ordered to nothing? I definitely feel like I could go to the chiropractor today and be very happy about it. For sure. I just remember saying, okay. And I explained that I would be streaming until I fell asleep and thus probably don't have enough time to go through and get this, you know, stuff to... There's like, some sort of... The sealing on the pipe, like the way... Yeah, like there's like a hole in like around the wood or something like that they can actually, like, fleas can get in. There's got some weird sealant that you put in there. It's like, that's exactly what I want to do at 5 in the morning. Crawl under the sink and apply sealant around the pipe. No. That seems terrible. Absolutely terrible. No thank you. So let's get this award item. You know, when I was going to port the other game, the disaster game over, it was going to be very Alice in Wonderland like, and it had a cave she fell into to start with, and played this music. It's kind of a cool little cape. That character, good looking character. Game idea, real bad. Real bad. Not coherent at all. Very stupid. 0 out of 10. Not good. The first version of her game, much better. Should have stuck with it. Yes. I learned some important lessons from that game, though. The most important being focus. Focus on one thing. Make your damn game. Yeah, you can make it better, but just make your damn game. Okay, so default awards item. And then I can go to here, the level blueprint. And I think under repeatable, repeatable only awards it once, then it never triggers again. So, but the problem is you can't shut off repeatable. The problem with the do I have this check is it's for things like the magician, where if you don't have the item, then it will give you a different message. And that doesn't really work for what I want to do. I think I just have to add an extra thing at the front. Definitely a mess, for sure. Not a lot I can do about that. So on this one here, if it's not repeatable, put this in here and branch it. I think that'll do it. So now I have the option to award the item, which makes it not repeatable, but if I don't award the item, then it won't check anymore for that? Yeah, I can do it there. I think that works. I guess my question is for repeatable here. Yeah, because later on I can do that, I think. This might have one extra check I don't need. So then if I award the Magician tutorial over here on the toy maze. Oh wait. The default then being collectible, so I didn't want to go through every single collectible in the game and remove all those. I have a Magician Light tutorial there. I did. Not repeatable anyway. Oh, wait, the press the button should be not awarded. Actually, no, they're different. It's fine because let's press the button too. Right? Press the button too. Yeah. Let me open this door over here and see if this fixes my problem. Curiosity here. Now I'm even. Well, I'm not gonna say I'm not. Wait, what? Wait, do I have this check is down here? Shouldn't this be reversed? Like, shouldn't it be true? And more importantly, why in the world are these defined after the fact? Retool this whole thing. It's kind of a dumpster fire. These two cause a problem together. I think these both happen after this. I don't think it matters. Alright, Poppet check for that. Such a convoluted mess. Can be done way better. Maybe I just award item and then not even start to progress. Because I guess it was original like story things, but then over here I have things that aren't story. Right? These are tutorials. This is story progress 2. All right. Act it up. That's going okay. I'm solving the mysteries of really dumb code I did in the past. Yes. Made a system that kept track of enemies better. Keeps adding to a list so the player can see who's out there. And improving the combat so it's a little more meaningful. Fix some issues with the boss and how the boss reacts to certain things. You know, stuff. So pretty good. Yeah. I love game dev. If it wasn't for health problems, I would just do it all the time. Did that connect to previously? I think okay. How's stuff going with you? You figure out any game you're making? Or are you still trying to figure it out? Hard? I see. No good? It's a good start. You're getting your shit together is in fact a solid plan. That's fair. It just means you don't want the you don't want it. That's all. Like you don't really want to make the game or whatever if you know. Like it sounds good on paper, but you know, you don't want to. It's fine. Because if you want to make it, you would do it. If you don't want it, yeah. One, two, three, false. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's good to know. See, for me, it's never really about laziness like that because I just enjoy doing what I'm doing. This is my fun. Left to my own devices, making a game is something I like doing. It's the difference between, like, you know, a lot of people would just do it for like a job or dream of making, like, you know, dream of making a job, and for a hobbyist who just happens to have delusions of making some massively huge game. Kind of fun, then don't do dev. Right? Like, if you don't find fun in it, are you getting paid to do it? Because if you ain't getting paid to do it and you're not having fun doing it, why are you doing it? There's plenty of jobs that pay way the hell better. In fact, game dev is one of the dumbest jobs you can do if you want to make a bunch of money. You know, after things like streaming. Oh, wait. Damn. Anyway. That's fair. You just gotta, you know, keep looking around. Connections make the best bet for getting jobs. Almost every job I've ever gotten in life was because I knew someone. It's never really, I applied, you know, I've only ever gotten one job for putting in, what are those things called? Resume? No, it's not a resume. A job application. There we go. Yeah. That's often I did it. One job ever that I got from that. Every other job was because I knew someone or I made the job myself. It's that simple. Knowing someone is 1,000 times more valuable than putting in, you know, 1,000 applications. And just be willing to take any job. That's another important thing. Like if you just, like, people have this weird thing, like they're like, the beggars can't be choosers, but they're choosy beggars. There we go. They just literally won't accept certain jobs. And it's like, if you need a job, take any job. You can always get a better one later. You want a job anyway, though. Just any job. I don't care if it's cleaning outhouses. If you need a job, take a job. I've been all kinds of things along the way. Did I like them? No. Did them anyway. Oh, ads. No. Sad times. You got ad braked. Alright, so it got to this. 3F. I think these are just there in story progress is not really unnecessary. You're saying stay jobless. I'm sure your landlord would understand. It's okay. Yeah. Then moved to New York. They don't make you pay rent now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, as I was saying, now that you're back, well, now the ads are over on Twitch, is that, you know, if you need a job, take a job. It doesn't matter what job it is. I don't care if it's cleaning outhouses. Take the job. You need a job. You can always get a better job. I don't want to do that job. Don't care. If you say I don't want to do that job, I don't want to hear the, I can't find a job. You clearly could. You have a job. Then what's the problem? You have a job. Now look for a better one. Why do you have to like your work? It's a job. Jobs aren't necessarily supposed to be likable. You make the best of what you got. Try to work your way up to a better job. Sure. But you think when I was doing like jackhammer work that I thought that was fun? No. Digging trenches to put wires in? No. Trenching is awful. Have you ever trenched before? I was like just assistant. Like he actually just had me do all the construction jobs. I tarred roofs. And then having to crawl under houses and like drill through the floors and things like that. There was like spiders down there, snakes, all kinds of stuff. You're like in 50 pounds of equipment underneath someone's house. Fantastic. I liked it better than attics. Attics sucked. Attics are full of insulation. It caused terrible like breathing issues, and they were really hot during the summer, which we did most of our work because electrician's assistant. Ain't no one doing electrical work in the rain, right? I know you can still do stuff in houses, but most people didn't have a lot of work done in the rain or during the rainy season. So, you know, I mean, it was terrible. I've done data entry where every single day for like, you know, we had like mandatory overtime, so it'd be like 10-hour days of just typing in names into a computer. Do you know how boring that is? It's all you do. You just type names just the whole time. We weren't even allowed to listen to music. They just had the same canned music all the time. If there's a hell, it was that place for sure. I'd have much rather done all the construction work. Yeah. The guy had health problems. He had to stop. Yeah, work music sucks, but you know, it is what it is. You know, you just got to do what you got to do because you got to get money, right? Yeah. We have like all these health problems. I can barely even walk. I still got to do my job. I still do all my like, you know, buying, selling, and trading and everything like that of all these assets and everything like that regularly and selling online. Even though like I'm barely able to move, I still had to make money. Life sucks. But you can work your way towards a better life. It starts by just having a job and then going, okay, well, now I have this job. How can I make my life better? You have your health. It could be worse. You could be like me. You don't even have your health. Like, yeah. That sucks. Still young. You got that. Also, save your money. The more money you save, like, you just don't spend money on anything. Because the more money you save, the more you can invest money in other things that return money. And then you stop needing to work as much. That's also partially how I've managed to survive with all my health problems, is I don't have to work as much. Because I've been collecting assets that I could resell if I need to. And just not selling them unless I have to. Yeah. Every time you would go out to eat, don't. Every time you go on a vacation to some weird place like that one guy was suggesting, don't. Frivolous expense, don't buy it. Invest the money instead. Pretty soon you have all this money like set aside and you don't have to work as hard. But a lot of people just blow it all and keep going back to their same dead-end jobs. They complain at me and it's like, I don't care. You do it to yourself. But yeah, like, you know, if you don't like a job, like, you know, something like game dev, you gotta have a passion for game dev. It's like getting into streaming or YouTube content. You gotta have a passion. If you ain't got a passion, you're not gonna succeed. How are you ever gonna compete against people who do have a passion or willing to, you know, invest 80-hour weeks against you? You're not. Hell, before my health problems, I was doing like 80-hour weeks. I loved it. I couldn't imagine myself doing anything else. Then the health problems made certain that I couldn't do what I wanted to do. It didn't mean I didn't want to do it still. It just meant that, you know, life was a little harder. That's all. So focus on streaming then. Right? Because, you know, yeah. Well, it starts by streaming things that, you know, are popular. Like if you're a streamer, you want to do all the little bells and whistles to try to make yourself a streamer. Like, don't do game dev. Game dev is a terrible streaming choice. It has a tiny market share. It's so small. You could get into anything else and do better. And just focus on being personable and funny. That's what it is. Like, you know, I will watch a streamer do the dumbest shit imaginable as long as they're funny. That's right. I don't care how stupid, you know, what it is you're doing. You could be cutting grass. If you're funny, I'll watch you. I don't care how good you are at the game. Irrelevant. Be funny. Very helpful. If I can finish this one software that I'm working on, selling outright would be around $1 million. That's and to support and all that would be multi-billion. How did you sell them? I mean, hey, you know, there you go. All that extra work you put in, you know, to do the work, you know, to make your life better, make your own thing. Invest in time towards something that could really pan out. Your stream deadlock, anything? I was about to say that. I mean, the way you get better at streaming is practice, right? Go talk to people, right? Because that's what streaming is. Your goal is to become, essentially, get a parasocial relationship with all your viewers. That's it. You want them to be kind of like your friend, but you don't really know them. You've never hung out with them or anything like that. They show up and hear your story, and they're very excited. And the way you get to do that is talk to people. Go out in real life and talk to people. Go to your nearest gas station. Go buy a drink and talk to the person working there. Just chat about it. Just chat with random people about stuff. Get better just talking. Just about whatever. The longer you can keep talking and keep people interested, the better. And then in streaming, you just kind of talk to yourself a lot. Say what you're thinking. Now, learn to talk to yourself. That's a good streamer thing. Learn to talk to yourself. Because if you talk to yourself and you're interesting enough to yourself, you can be interesting to other people too. Or you're just crazy enough to people who watch anyway, because they're like, that guy's freaking crazy. Oh my god. Does he even know what's really going on? Oh god. You should have a couple working on it with me. Let's bring it up. I hear you on that one. Big job. Well, that one all too well. Oh, Dalek's very niche? Then don't do that. If something is niche, don't do it. If you're trying to be a popular streamer, don't do it. And don't do niche things. Do something that's, you know, gets a bigger audience, right? Because your odds of getting any kind of good audience when you're doing some niche is terrible. You don't have to be that unique, just be funny. Stream consistently too. That's another one there that I don't do. Consistently, and then longer hours, because the longer you're going, the more... What happens is people will start filtering in over time, and each new person moves you up the ranks on like Twitch to closer to the top, which means that you're more likely to get more people watching. So the longer the stream, the better. If you do a short stream, you probably don't get a lot of people filtering in. Also, raids help too, but make streamer friends, preferably ones that stream before you. Because ones that stream before you will raid you. Ones that stream after you do not raid you. They might follow you or something, but go sit in the streams of the people before you so you can build up, you know, people who goodwill. Being a streamer is like an entire job. People act like it's like this super easy thing. It is certainly not. Like, I'm not even like particularly successful at it, and I already can tell how bad it is on my health. It's not way harder than you think. Yeah. Well, I started watching what other streamers did, and like I say, my biggest problem is I just have health problems that just ruin my chances of ever truly being a big streamer. I don't know, I mean, Iron Mouse is one of the biggest streamers out there, and she has like incredible health problems, so she can't even go outside. So, hey, listen, if she can do it, right? She's also a woman. That does help a lot in the world of streaming. It turns out that guys will gravitate towards women. Apparently, also, if they're a VTuber, maybe it should be a VTuber woman. Now, wait a minute. Am I doing this wrong? Damn it. Should I just like put a picture of like Poppet or something in front of me or something? She really feels way harder if you make content and Poppet streaming. I mean, it's a different type of thing. Like, people will accept really crappy content on streaming. I mean, just look at what you guys are watching. Clearly, you'll accept garbage. I mean, nothing. How's it going? Whereas, you know, if you do like YouTube content or whatever, you have to do a much higher like quality level. So the upside really to streaming is that you just kind of have to be somewhat interesting the whole time. But the downside is you got to be sitting there the whole time. With YouTube, you kind of just free to do whatever. I remember Markiplier once said that he didn't like streaming because it felt like he was like stuck there, as opposed to YouTube where he just kind of made it whenever he wanted. Pretty sure the point guys, dead VTuber girls wishing. Yes, there certainly are. There's a big one too. She uses like a dragon girl avatar. I can't remember her name for the life of me, but clearly a guy. But the thing is that even if they know you're a guy, guys still like looking at women. I've seen plenty of ones who don't even use voice changers. Guys still like looking at women. Women still like looking at women. So, I mean, you know, don't do what I'm doing. Like, everything I'm doing is wrong. Just don't do it. Mistakes were made. Pick a terrible niche that nobody watches. I mean, like, statistically, the game dev niche is pretty bad. You know, then just show up as like a dude with like no fanfare and just do it, and then being completely inconsistent. Make YouTube with digital physics, and you're saying exactly. Like, you'd be surprised how much a set of bouncing breasts can do for basically anyone. Name the number of times you've been upset watching breasts bounce up and down. The number of times you're like, oh man, I gotta watch them bounce more. No guy has ever said this in the history of the world. No one. No, it's just not a thing. Everyone likes watching them bounce up and down. It's just how it is. You like your deadlock niche? I mean, you can like it, but if you want to be successful, I like my game dev niche, but I also don't care if I become a successful streamer. And keep in mind that I have streamed hundreds of streams. There's like 295 streams just for Poppet Quest that I put in there. And I've got like another, don't know, like 20 plus I need to add to the playlist for that. So I got over like 300 streams working on this game. Just this game. This is, yeah, I streamed before that too. So I probably streamed a literal year worth of streams after when you factor in the other streams. Yeah. I'd be a lot more popular if I actually was consistent, I imagine. But, you know, whatever. Again, I wasn't trying to be a successful streamer. I just think it's fun to chat with people and work on my game, kind of. Sometimes I get so caught up into that I forget to actually develop the game, but whatever. It'll get done when it gets done. I don't need the money from it, so that's also helpful. Yeah, is it evil? Yeah. I mean, hey, crazy numbers, yo. Dream big, yo. Dream big. I don't know if I tested this or not, sure. Any of the player streamer, the games I can stream would be like Valorant or Apex. If I don't do the game too much sucks. Stream something you like doing. Be a variety streamer. Stream different games all the time. You can get there. I mean, the most important thing you're going to discover is that if you want to be a popular streamer, you got to make content. That's it. Just make content. You don't make content, you're gonna be popular. But the more like people you make content for, the better too. Like, I mean, if YouTube has taught me anything, is that you can make money off. You can have over 1 million subs, and all you do is clean people's houses or mow lawns. The mow lawn one was crazy. I'm just like, this dude mows overgrown lawns. Dude has over 1 million subs. And then I found this is a whole genre on YouTube, and I was like, so then I learned that game dev is less interesting than mowing lawns. Oh wait, that sucks. Huh. Man. The worst part is that's true. This is totally true. They get more views. You also doing air programming and yelling at? I mean, hey, you know, whatever works, right? It's all the rage right now in the dev world to pretend like you can make life really easy by doing AI things. It's kind of an underrated category, I think, sure. The thing is like, if you want to be popular in it, you have to be popular outside of it. Like, how did pirate software become, like, you know, big? WoW. You played WoW. WoW is a much bigger category. Even now, it's a bigger category. And then he just happened to game dev, and they watched because he happened to do it. Yeah. Nobody really cares about game dev otherwise. Like, if they're really big on the game, like, oh gosh, what's his? There's another guy that's gets a few hundred people watching him regularly in the game dev thing. Adam C. Eunice. I actually don't know how he got big. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be big. I just don't know the history behind it at all. I know he's been in this game for a really long time. That much I've heard, but beyond that, pretend is the key word. Pretend is good. F with the ads. Uh-oh, ad time, huh? If I talked so much, I talked to the next ad break. Oh my gosh. I should just be a commentary streamer and just chat all day with people. I could so do that. I would love to chat with people all day. I love talking to people. I guess I should wait till the Twitch ad break is over for that. Most of those people don't have subs. If any of them. Who knows? I have to rework this whole system here. It's stupid. So it's capping out. It's just not awarding it. The ad's over. Yeah, I was just thinking, I could totally be a person who just chats all day and streams. I love talking to people. Like you live, like you just leave me, like, you know, with nothing better to do, I will talk to you. Even my job of trading, I will show up, you know, and I'll trade like magic cards with people, and I will just talk the whole time. I love talking about anything. I just really enjoy just BSing with people in general. That's pretty important, I think, for streaming purposes. If you don't like talking to people, this is like the wrong job. Yeah, exactly. You used to yap with cool people. Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And whenever no one's here, then I just go, okay, and I just go back to, you know, working on the game. Sure, I don't get that much done when I'm talking, but I don't care. I'm having fun. This is my hobby. I don't care about it being, you know... The game doesn't gotta get done anytime soon. I can take forever. Whatever. I don't need the money. Sometimes I think I should just collect up YouTube videos and just start like talking about reacting to funny things that I've seen on the YouTube. That'd probably be more interesting to people than game dev. I just issue the gym. Just wear a sign that says "Don't talk to me. I'll never finish my workout." That's fair. That's my secret. I talk so much I don't even make it to the gym. Ooh, shit. Oh wait, that's terrible. Don't do what I'm doing. That should just be the title of my stream. Don't do what I'm doing. It's a terrible plan. Don't do it. So those just aren't even triggering. That makes sense, actually. I gotta go hit up a gym. A lot of my problems consist of I sit too much. I also think I'm really dehydrated. I don't think I drink enough water. I'm drinking a lot more lately. I think a lot of my spinal issues come from liking too much tea, too much alcohol, not enough water, you know? Actually, alcohol is only like the last year and a half. But apparently water's important, and I should be drinking like disgusting amounts every day, especially during the summer. Oh my gosh, like I showed up an hour early for my PT, like for physical therapy. I didn't realize I was like an hour, actually hour and 15 minutes early. I meant to be 15 minutes early because I like to be early. And apparently it had been scheduled an hour later and it was like 100 degrees outside. And I was like, well, I guess I'm just going to walk around and get some steps in. I get my 8,000 steps a day, at least 8,000. 10 would be nice, but 8,000, sure. And I just had a couple bottles of water and I'm just walking around going, 100 degrees going, man, I'm glad I brought some water. I got a lot of steps in. I felt a lot better after it though. So I mean, like, I guess exercise and water are good for you. Flavored sparkling water? That's fair. I try to avoid a lot of weird chemical crap, but maybe. I guess it could be naturally flavored stuff. I guess I want to do this either way. Yeah. I know there was this one thing where you put the thing on the bottle and it actually emitted a scent and it tricked your body to thinking that it tasted like something because your nose was smelling that thing. I forgot what it was called. It was like, huh. But what I actually found that helps me drink a lot of water is if it's just really hot outside and I'm getting exercise, I drink a lot of water at that point. It's not even hard to convince me to drink water at that point. I was like, sometimes I just look outside and I'm already like dying. It's like, oh god, the sun, no. The sun is evil. Yes, yes, bad sun, bad. No like sun. I'm supposed to get more vitamin D, I guess. Who knew my entire life was spending, you know, time passing from one air-conditioned box to another would mean that I didn't get a lot of sun. Well, that stops that. But does it stop it the other way? It just wasn't running these. I could definitely simplify this code. This code is dumb. I think that solves my problem, actually. It just wasn't awarding the thing, so the code was right. It's just I forgot to give it to her. Oh, I was thinking of all this magical code while I was talking about random BS. I honestly don't think the code was that difficult. It's just I needed an aid in order to help out, i.e. this alcohol here. Which always improves my coding so much more. That's not true. It's just probably terrible for me, but whatever. That's right, creativity juice. A few of those and suddenly I can write all kinds of things. Writer's block? Yeah, right. Intoxicated me is so much more successful than not intoxicated me. For sure. Intoxicated me is like, how long do I want to shoot? I don't care. As long as I need to. Is that chick hot? Intoxicated me, we just went and talked to her. Normal me might not, you know, thought, ah, might not be a good idea. No, intoxicated me, just went and talked to her. Yeah. Weird idea that probably doesn't seem like it's going to be good for a game. Intoxicated me made that idea. Did it work right? Probably not, but that's okay. I actually don't know why I'm jumping up here. I just am for no apparent reason. Actually, a lot of the ideas in this game came out from, you know, just thinking, oh, that might be cool. And then, you know, not all of them made the cut. Some were really stupid. I mean, the amount of months that got wasted on just ideas that didn't pan out. Huge amounts. Yeah, overall that works pretty well. I think I want to just do a separate check on this. The problem with this other check here is that even if it's false, it will, actually, let me check how it did this. Oh, to say something else might be able to trigger the thing here. Oh, no, okay, it actually has a check at the start, so I can do that, and even false will yield the check because the false that kicks out here is this one, not this one here. I was worried that an enemy could walk over it and trigger all the story stuff. I mean, you know, it would work like that if I didn't have a check for Poppet. I have so many embarrassing code moments. Oh my god. I think anyone who does this though is gonna have those. Like, it's just how it works out. Like, yeah. You'll code something in the dumbest way imaginable. Actually, that's usually how I default my code, is just some really dumb thing, and then I go from there. The only one I have to connect this on is these ones here, I think. Everything else is fine. And I just store the item there. That's just if I'm going to clear that. The whole purpose of this was just to clear out useless tutorials. That one's not even connected. No. I gotta admit, you know, my health problems have been getting much better, and I used to always have numb feet. Now they just hurt. That's better, believe it or not. And the physical therapist is like, hey man, numb is the worst, tingling's the next worst, and then it being in pain means they're, you know, they're almost better. Except for they just hurt, which is annoying, but it's like, why? But they're numb. Let me tell you about how that's kind of nice. Haunted Gallery cleans up, I think. I don't think anyone actually collects those then, huh? Really? Are none of these repeatable? Oh, none of them are repeatable, so I don't have to worry about it. Yes. I think. We'll see if I coded it correctly or not. Probably shouldn't have deleted those things. Oh, you have nerve compression too? Oh god. I'm sorry. It is not good. 6 years of issues with my my neck specifically. Yeah. It did a lot of damage to my entire game dev thing and my regular business and all that. It was not good. Turns out you need to be able to work to do these things. 2 years? Oh, okay. It's like we're like, you know, AA members or something here. I got my 2-year badge. Worst deal ever. Yeah. Between physical therapy, yeah, definitely. Physical therapy, deep tissue massage, and chiropractic are helping a lot. And the I had this really weird belief that I cared what science wanted to call it. And they were doing all these tests to figure it out. I don't care anymore. I only care about things that help make it better. It's irrelevant what they call it. They can't figure it out. They're dumb. I get it. It's that simple. They can't figure it out. Whatever. Okay. So, fine. I guess I should figure out what happened there. Because, you know, it just doesn't matter. So now I've been doing that and going to physical therapy a lot more and things like that and doing things that seem like they help. Yeah. Those seem broken. Damn. Please help. I think, yes. Hey man, I'm on 6 years. What you talking about? I've already come to the conclusion it's just the rest of my life at this point. Yeah, the rest of my life. Okay. This doesn't default on. That's obnoxious, but fair. That can be the case for me as well. 24, I know if I'd be dealing with such things at this age. Wow, you are young. That's not. Damn, that's not good for that. That's a very early age. And sorry, my false sense of one day. Yep. I never thought I was invincible because I was always, you know, a nerd and therefore probably more sickly than I should be. Oh wait, that sucks. Um, yeah. That was really young. I didn't start having problems until I was like 40. My midlife crisis turned out to be just horrible health problems. Damn. Wrecked. Absolutely wrecked.
I should probably equip that
Oh yeah, I got rid of this because it just says things there. But yeah, when you're younger, you definitely think that you're so much more invincible than you are, for sure. Or you take for granted a lot of things that you could get away with, that you just can't get away with the older you get. And then you hit that first major health problem in your life that just completely ruins everything. Yeah. I've had lots of random health problems in my life, to be fair. Just not very lucky, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Not very lucky. Yeah. Oh, the system's gonna need some serious work. There's things in here that just seem so stupid. When I designed this, I tried to design it for way too much. You know what helped a lot for my problems though? I got a hot physical therapist. It didn't actually fix anything, but you know, I'm not complaining, so hey, you know. I'll watch her do all kinds of exercises all day long. No problem. Did I word that twice? Okay, well, there's some problems here. I thought it defaulted to that, but instead it does it multiple times. But it didn't do it here. Huh. I thought this defaulted on. I started in 2019 at the end of the year, basically. Basically, it was like December of 2019. I think that's about then. No. Let me check, because, let's see. I did it because of the campfire thingy. It would have been 2018, but in November of that, yeah, and it kept going. Yeah, so basically it started 2019 almost. Because it started there, then it was just going, and I couldn't go outside because it was literally toxic to be outside. I picked up a copy of RPG Maker and was messing with it. So basically starting 2019 onward. And then proceeded to have health problems where I lost it. At least 2 years, 7 months on that, maybe longer. I don't know. So much time has been lost to health problems in that. And a bunch of time to me just being dumb and making a lot of ideas that were just not good. There's that. It's not really lost time. Wasted a lot of time on RPG Maker for sure. For sure. Now, when the Paradise Campfire happened, that was Like, it was just, the whole area was just literally listed as dangerous to be outside for any amount of time. Just any amount of time. It was horrifying out there. I wonder if I still have a picture of that. I might. Not that I take many pictures. I'm sure. So yeah. So this was from like when I was living in this this apartment off this lady's garage, and I went outside and took a picture in the direction of the town of Paradise, and this is what it looked like. If you're curious, that's because someone's like, "How come you haven't sent this package to me?" And I was like, "Because the post office is that way." So yeah, I didn't. And that's when I took up RPG Maker, because I couldn't go outside. I went out for like a brief time with a mask on to take the picture, to show the guy, hey, you know, I can't go do this because the post office is in that direction, and you know, it's closed off because fire. And it got to like the edge of the city. They were never going to let Chico burn. There's no way. I always said that's because where all the hot chicks are, and they could never let it burn. But everything around there was just this dry grassland that just light up. Just... So yeah. And that was the fire that basically wiped out the town of Paradise, just completely obliterated it. It's the whole thing. They actually made some weird movie about it. Yeah. But we get fires every year. Just because morons would start fires. They just don't realize they're surrounded by a bunch of things that are very flammable, and they just would start fires, and every year things go, and that's that. Yeah. Is it like dry and grassy there too? And we get fires every year. There you go, yeah. It's weird how these dry areas people are going, I'm just gonna go ahead and not be careful with fire. It'll work out. Damn. Yeah, fires are rough. We always had fires that would burn like a lot of rural housing, you know, like the houses that weren't really in any particular town. We didn't really have a town get completely lit up until very recently. That was, I mean, 2018, I guess. But you don't usually lose a whole town. It was like something like 36,000 people or something lived in that town, so it was a big town. That's right. Looking like The Walking Dead after the fact. Actually, there we go. That looks fun. There you go. Some person escaping the campfire area. It's just straight up from the Paradise campfire. Don't know why you would want to drive through that. Show aftermath, anything? Just pictures of what's going on, people in there. Yeah, I don't care. Imagine being stopped in that. Mistakes are made. I'm surprised there's this much footage from inside it. Yeah. They made a movie about this too. Some bus driver escaping with kids or something. I don't remember what it's called. I never watched it. I probably should, because I would recognize all the areas. And that would be like cool. But well, I wouldn't recognize them now. I've been up there since then. I mean, it looks like The Walking Dead. Everything's just been wiped out, or at least it was wiped out. And they started rebuilding. It has been some years, but for the most part, it is pretty bad, or at least it was pretty bad. I'm just in shock to be able to drive through that, like, and take take footage. Like, what do you just pull out your camera? And you're like, listen, man, I'm taking footage of this shit. Nobody cares what you're saying. They have the aftermath? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You just die outside the car. You die inside the car. Oh, yeah, before and after. Hell yeah. We got him, Captain. There ain't much left. Oh, yeah. I remember that place. Just random house, huh? Through Starlight Court, evidently. I don't know where that is, but it was somewhere. Neil Road? I know Neil Road. Well, I did know it. It looks like that. Oh, yeah, I remember that on Skyway. Yeah. That in Century 21 I made it. For rent, not anymore. Get wrecked, losers. Pretty much. Yeah. Good old Skyway, the main thoroughfare. Not all the trees burnt to the ground. The trees are huge though up there, so a lot of trees had to be removed after the fact because they were like burnt by fire. Look at how big those trees really are, right? See the cars, see how big the trees are. Now imagine those things now become dangerous because they've been partially burned and might fall. So they had to remove a whole bunch of these trees. Dude, that's a bust. Look at how big these trees are. Like, just saying. What was that movie called? I'm kind of curious. Oh yeah, Fire in Paradise. It's a Netflix trailer. I'm not even sure I can listen to that because of stupid YouTube copyright crap, but maybe I should watch it. No, this looks just like film footage. Just Netflix, whatever, I guess. Whatever. Everything got lit on fire. Remember, without natural disasters, so it's always a shock to see these things. Yeah. California is flammable. Northern California is real flammable. Now, to be fair, all of California is flammable. Let's not pretend like it's not. I mean, let's see. California fire map. Earthquakes don't really ever happen in Northern California, so you don't really care about that. You care about, oh, you don't really care about your thing. You just don't care. You're just like, it's just fires. Right now, there are these fires going on, so not that many. That's actually pretty few, all things considered. 13 fires, yeah. Barely even fires, really, when you think about it. This map sucks. Where's a good map? I want one that shows, like, the burn areas. Show me the goods! Oh my god. Oh yeah, there's barely any fires at all this time around. 102 acres? 102,000 acres? When's this for? Really? Where are they? If it's the 3,000 fires, where are they at? Huh. I don't know. California lights on fire. Happens. Acres burned only 25. I was won by Sacramento. It was won by me. Wait, what? Loomis. That's actually not too far from me. What's this one? Lassen, sure. Here. That's also not that far from me. You can't zoom this map very well. It sucks. Why do all these maps suck? Can they just overlay it on, like, you know, Google Earth or something? Or Google Maps? I mean, what the hell? Oh yeah. Almost the whole thing just burnt to the ground. It was crazy. I mean, they lost some people in that one too. It got them good, for sure. Oh, I think the Chronicle one's pretty good, right? The San Francisco Chronicle one. Not that great. I don't see a lot of fires going on. There's only these ones here, and this is only saying 5, and the Thorn Fire is the one that's like, you know, I guess the Elephant Fire is kind of not great going right now. So, you know, stuff's on fire. I mean, I got here and here. I'm right here. I'm safe. That's not even close. Whatever. Yeah, 13,000 acres burned. Whatever. Not even a fire. See, I'm good. We had that one near me pretty much this year. Maybe that's why it doesn't smell like crap yet. But to be fair, fall's the real fire season. It's not summer. I always just said we have like the 4 seasons, you know. Winter, spring, summer, smoke season. Those are the seasons. There's no fall, it's just smoke season. Well, you just don't go outside. Unless you hate yourself. In which case... Okay. I actually kept the COVID masks I have with the filters, because I had like ones with like these, you know, extra filters that you could slide in there. Not because I cared about COVID, but because the particles in the air from the smoke were so bad. And that was... If you had to go outside, you'd wear those masks with the things in there to... Yeah. Very toxic air. But I saw the stuff that showed how toxic it was. I remember at one point I kept some... I made a joke that I lived in Silent Hill. Because it was so bad, the smoke, that like it was like listed as like toxic to be out even for a moment. I don't know if I kept it anywhere. Might have. It was wild how toxic it was. Oh, it'd be on ImageGear. Let me check my ImageGear real fast. Why aren't you loading ImageGear so slow? Use the old design. Like back to my old ImageGear account here. Where I have like all these images from all this RPG Maker stuff. Meme things. Here was one of them. Oh, there we go. There was the goods right here. Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't go outside during this time. That's right. And dangerous. Any exposure to the air, even for a few minutes, can lead to serious health effects on everybody. Avoid outdoor activities. Like, it wasn't even, like, you didn't even want to open the, like, your front door ever because you wanted the air in your house to be as clean as you could get, which was still not that clean. But yeah, I was just like, other days it wasn't so bad. I mean, 504 still considered dangerous, but I mean, obviously, like, there's levels of danger down to like very unhealthy. But yeah, like, it's just this was like an entire week where it was just considered dangerous to be outside. You just do go outside. I was like briefly coughing up a little bit of blood because I was outside in my car for like driving to a location for like 15 minutes and just like small amounts of blood. It was like it's not good. You didn't want to be outside. It was terrible. But you know, welcome to California. It's a good place. You know, it's good. It's wonderful. I mean, it is pretty good most of the time. Usually the big problem in California is the people. The area is beautiful. A lot of California is beautiful. Not all of it, obviously. I don't find Death Valley very beautiful personally. I also don't really like the Great Valley very much. I don't like big open spaces. They're just bland to look at. It's not for me. But all the mountains, you have the temperate rainforest too, which are pretty cool. All the coastal stuff. Yeah. You can name the biome, we have it here, for sure. How did I food bar this? That's a good question. It's supposed to award the item. I feel like I'm running a bit out of steam. I guess I'm at almost 5 hours streaming, so I suppose that's not too surprising. When do I have to be up tomorrow? I think I have... Oh, good point it is. No, it's at 4:30 and I don't have anyone else to meet, so it's not that bad. That means if I slept now, I actually have the ability to sleep a full 8 hours and have an hour and a half to spare. 2 hours to spare? Odd number. This defaults to awarding items, so I don't see how that would be any different than it was previous. I guess last time it guaranteed did it, but... Huh. It's gonna say keep windows closed while on campfire. You go outside or in the nice. Yeah. It's pretty much like that. Just you know, you gotta have some serious, serious stuff during fires. They're no joke. It's a fire, Carvino. Carvino. Uh oh. I didn't say it right there. You're just in time for us to discuss why going out in toxic air, we're not wearing a mask, is a terrible plan. Like, you know, when the fire, everything's burning around you, you probably should not inhale that. That's what we're learning. I don't know why we need to learn this, but we do. Close all the schools here in Michigan. Not surprising. You don't really want kids out in that, for sure. That is a no good. So I can solve this problem. Yeah, it never awards the white one at all. It's not actually awarding it. It's going okay. I'm doing a bunch of solving of bugs. Trying to polish things up. Yeah. Pretty far behind on finishing it since I lost like 6 months to health problems, but you know, whatever. It be what it be. I mean, it should just support specific graphic cards. It should support graphics cards in general, right? It's just a Windows game, so. How are you not awarding the item? Name of item collected happens there, and is there multiple of these? Find references. It's only right here, it's telling you to award the item. Unless do I have this? It's messed up. No, it's just... I don't think I'm adding anything particularly special for NVIDIA, it's just... But it should work. Man, I'm not sure how much longer the stream's gonna go tonight, though. I'm already at almost 5 hours. Part of what caused my health problems is I just kept working and doing like 12, 14-hour days every day, and it just kinda, yeah, kind of was a lot. Plus my regular job, you know, it's just this 10-hour stream, and then it's like, oh, still gotta work. Working 6 to 8 hours that too, you're like, too much, too much. How is that false? That's confusing that that is false. Somehow it's not handing this information over for a reward item. But it should be here. I mostly do online sales, mostly magic cards and the like. I pretty much buy, sell, and trade those things. Makes great money. I don't know why I ever got into game dev. If I just wanted to make money, I could have made disgusting amounts of money doing that. A few jobs I keep doing even when I couldn't, you know, move around very well. And you just save a bunch of assets, so you can, you know, just sell them as necessary to, you know, if you don't need the money, there's no need to liquidate assets, you know. So when bad times happen, you can just go, oh, yeah, I can just sell a few more things. I'm a little confused why this isn't happening here. It's obviously sending it. But no, a lot of my job is quite tedious, just moving cards between various markets and the like, making money by treating them like a stock effectively, or even or maybe like a crypto in a way, I guess. Except it's an actual asset, not, you know, some digital stuff. And you really have it. Lots of shipping things around. Actually done that for, how many years has it been? A lot. No. 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 I used to show up to card shops and I would trade. And the first thing I used to tell people, it's like I tell them that I'm trading to compress my value. It's like, so I want to take my two $5 cards and trade for a $10 card. I don't really care what I get. I'm just trying to do that. I told them, it's like, well, if you want me to trade the other way, where I'm splitting up my $10 card for $5 cards, I want to make 10%. Otherwise, I have no reason to trade. I tell them that. And I kept building up my collection because I would compress my money up to these things. And I started out with, I don't know, a few $100 worth of cards, so nothing really. I just kept trading up. In fact, trading, you know, compressing value, and then, you know, making 10% like that. And eventually, people just decided that, you know, they got in their head that it was just 10% both ways. So I started making 10% every time I traded, any direction. And there's lots of, you know, other little tricks you can do to make more and more money along the way. Bulkers are amazing. You make a lot of money in bulkers, and you can 10x your value in that shit as long as you put in the work. Yeah, nothing. Yeah. And it's like, okay, you know, you trade $1,000 worth of cards, which is pretty easy to do, and you get $100 for having just moved cards around. But it's not taxable anything until you sell. So you can trade magic cards all day long, make a bunch of money, and until you sell, you owe nothing in taxes because it's not a taxed asset. It's not like you're trading cars or anything. Yes. That was one of the things before I got into doing as a regular job. I would still go to tournaments and play Magic, and I would, you know, do trading along the way. And every, you know, I don't know, 4 to 5 months, I'd pull up like another 5 grand or something from just having traded. Sell a bunch of stuff. And choose it as fun money. I mean, if I want to make a bunch of money, I could have probably, you know, locked in a good $500-600 tonight if I had just been smart enough and done that instead of doing streaming. I mean, it's value too, so it's not like it's not like literally 1-for-1 with cash, and if you don't get rid of the stuff, then just because it has value now doesn't mean it has value tomorrow, because the values change every day, and you know, it's not as cut and dry as you might think. But there was one night where I picked up a bunch of credit at one of the stores by trading cards that I knew they wanted to get really good value there, and I picked up a bunch of cards that hit underpriced, and I pulled out $1,000 in value gain by simply moving a few cards around. It was like, that was like a week ago or something. No, week and a half ago. I just remember like it was 3 cards. Oh, much more than that, right? One night was like 1,000, and then I know I picked up a bunch of Tundras off them because they underpriced their Tundras by a few $100s each. I picked up 5. I made at least 1,500 there. Again, it's value, so until you sell them, you haven't made anything. Yeah, you move cards around. Every time I trade 10,000 of the cards, I make 1,000. I mean, there's plenty of cards worth a lot of money. You'd be surprised. Someone hands you $1,000 worth of cards in Magic. It's not necessarily as much as you think. It depends on what we're talking about. What type of asset level we're talking about. But the more chase stuff, $1,000 worth of cards might be not even one whole card. I have a card that 1,700 right now. I don't want to keep the card. I want to make 10%, flip it, make an extra $170 each way. You know how great it is? You move one card across the table, make $170. You know, it's easy. You just go. But instead, I decided I'd get into game dev because I hate myself. I just find it fun. It's about a dream. It's not about the money. It's never been about the money. Don't get me wrong, if I made a crap ton of money doing it, I would do more of it for sure, but also trading Magic cards is tedious. A lot of times it's just straight up data entry. You're literally just checking markets to see where the best money is made, moving in between markets all day long. The more you do it, the more money you make. Collect up cash, buy cards, often at like 50-60% of people. If you don't want the cards, like anything, if you don't want something, you can get it for a lot less. Because people just show up to sell me things because they know I'll buy their cards because I don't care what I'm buying from. It's irrelevant to me. I'm not keeping them. It doesn't matter to me. You'd be surprised what you can do. And then like I pay all the taxes on the IRS. I'm squeaky clean as hell, so don't fuck with the IRS. It's a bad decision in life. But again, you don't have to pay taxes on owning Magic cards. You can move them back and forth to your heart's content as long as they never touch cash. That's true with anything though. You can, except for something that's directly taxed like a car or something, obviously, or properties. Obviously those you can't just do that with, but Magic is not like that. It is not a taxed asset. Not yet anyway. I don't think it ever will be. Well, outside of sales tax, of course, sure. I guess it comes out looking better like that if I see this. It looks like this is kind of high up there. Oh, better. I'm a little confused why this isn't working. But yeah, overall, It's not a bad job. I used to play a lot of Magic, so then I was already there. That helped a lot. Like, if you're already there, the difference. And eventually, if you're not careful, you can also get yourself kicked out of shops, because what I would be doing is known as backpack trading, and backpack trading is largely frowned upon in a lot of places, because you're basically running a business out of a backpack. I don't do it anymore. I don't need to anymore. I have my own location, but when I got started, it's a fine line. You got to be careful about over trading or looking too much like a store. I remember once I talked to a trader, and he would drive up from the Bay Area, San Francisco, in that area, and he said that he didn't like doing anything unless he was making at least $1,000 an hour doing it. And I mean, he made some pretty good money. It's funny that people who do only cash, and I'm sure they pay 100% of their taxes. Sure they do. A lot of money gets moved to Magic. It's over $1 billion industry, so it's crazy how much money is involved. The only way this makes sense is a timing issue. Ugh. Because it's sending this information over, but perhaps someone else is sending the information too, and by the time it resolves all this, then it doesn't do that. But this is still happening in the same order as it was before. Like, it worked when it was just this, right? Just straight over. So how does one little branch take too long, right? To cause an error? This is such a tangled web, because this thing is collect for all the things in the game. Everything's collected. Yeah, see, it works perfectly fine now. That doesn't really solve that problem. But the problem is, it doesn't solve the problem here, it unsolves that problem. I'll probably end up just, you know, calling it after this and solving it tomorrow. Kind of at that point where our brain's just like solving this complicated web of item collection thingies, and I don't have my tutorial system set up on the level thing. It might be a bit more than my brain wants to do today. All right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the room info that doesn't seem to, but it looks like it's awarding it multiple times. You can see the way the things are like have a shadow. But I don't think anything else besides the room info is the problem. Everything else appears to work fine. It's obviously sending this. It does this part. Need Magician Tarot is set to true. This is backwards because these say that they're don't have the thing checked. I mean, is that really true? That seems weird. Sure, let's reverse it and see if that somehow fixed it, because that means the logic somehow foobarred somewhere along the way reversed. I didn't want to have to replace it in every single item. I guess to be fair, there's a parent, and the parent collectible could just have that changed. It's probably easier to change the parent collectible than it is to change every instance in the level blueprint of tutorial stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna solve that tomorrow. It's so mixed up for how this is going. I'll leave it set in a way that actually works guaranteed first, and the game can function, but this system here is... There's a tangled web here, and it's not going to be solved right now, because I'm not thinking... I'm tired. This is way too tired to think it through. Yeah, I should be back tomorrow. At least a few hours earlier than this. Try to stream later because I'll start a little later, maybe. Try to stream later because I'll start a little later. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So thanks for watching. I will, maybe raid out or something? Am I raiding out? I guess I should. There's people watching. I mean, I could raid Burger Mike again. At least I know he's on. Yeah, sure. Have a raid. Yep. I will see everyone tomorrow if you are bored. Yes. Or I will solve this mystery of whatever is going on here, because it's... yeah. Real dumpster fire, for sure. For sure. So, not my guy. And, yeah. And we'll catch everyone on a different day. Probably. I mean, definitely. Trying to let all the ads play on the little partner mic stream so I can actually rate them. Yeah, and I'll just end the YouTube and Kick stream. So bye bye YouTube and Kick.